List data catalogs command. List the data catalogs and dude, Copilot, you suck. I don't know. Start query execution command. Stream query results successfully. I am policy with permission to call get query results. Also must have permission to get process. I am principal with this pagination. Query execution ID. Max number of results. Next token. Token generated by Athena service that specifies where to continue pagination if the previous request was truncated. To obtain the next set of pages, pass in the next token. Okay. Metadata pertaining to this request. Token generated by Athena service that specifies where to continue pagination if the previous request was truncated. Result set, update count. Throws these exceptions. Okay. That seems like a thing. Okay. So let's just ignore all of this stupid Copilot crap because we know better. We're going to need a client. We're going to need a query execution ID. We're going to need a max results. Max results. But max results is maximum number of results or rows to return in this request. So it's like per page is really. We'll have to experiment with that. It's not super clear from the documentation what that is. Maybe we just give it a sane default of never read. That's fine. I don't know what we're going to return yet. Might have to figure out something else. Okay. Then we're going to do const grams again. Except this grams will have a query execution ID, which is going to be equal to the query execution ID. It's also going to have max results, which is going to be equal to max results. And then it will have, how do we want to do this? Do we want to make this deal with the pagination? I think it should deal with the pagination. Do a generator function. Or callback help. Results error of error. Right now. String doesn't match a void. Why does it think this is void? Should be getting a response. Results. And output. Why is this void? Shouldn't be void. What am I missing? What am I missing? Something stupid. Give it a promise. Promise of get results command, get query results command output. Error type of unknown, that's fine, whatever. Fetch results error. That should be fine. It should return a result async. It is returning a result async, but how did this one work? Start query execution time. Seems like that should be, we extracted the thing here. Result async void. Why does it not know the type? There's the error. client send. Client send. Bunch of generic types. Input type extends client, output type extends client output. Takes a command. Command can be any of these things, and then gets a promise of an output type. There's also this variant, which is what's the distinction here? Smithing result. That's a callback with error and data. Or there's an options handler. A callback with error and data. Or this one that returns a promise. This one that returns a promise takes a command and then options. What is options handler? Options handler. What is that though? Build our command. Once we have our command, we need to send our command, which returns a promise of thing. And we can verify the typing of that, I guess. Let's just do a const promise is of type promise of get query results command output. Declared but never read. That's fine. Give it a promise. From promise. Give it a promise. Give it an error, no closure. In this case, we should find it knows it's a promise of that type. From promise, get query results command output fetch. So LSP knows the type of the generics for the from promise, but void is not assignable to this. Whatever. Oh, well. Type result async void. have this map error here. You effectively have a map error right there. Results declared but never used. Okay, so something is wrong with our map. Oh, I know what was wrong with your map. Stupid. Okay. Hold on. Stupid. It's so stupid. All of this nonsense. Okay. Kidding me, LSP? I hate TypeScript, man. Just... Okay. So we're getting to there. Why is this not happening? We're seeing this, but we're not seeing this. For some reason. Did I screw up? Did I do something stupid? Again? Did I? Shouldn't need that. Start query execution. I don't think we're using that. We're not using that. Okay. Execute query plan. We're not using that. Okay. So we got our run query, which is from promise. We do this, we map to get the query execution ID out. We fetch results. We pass that query execution ID back in and a max number, max results count. We create the get query results command from those parameters. Just simplify things. I know where Copilot got that nonsense, but it's not something I would ever want to split to debug. Okay. And then we have result async from promise, where we do a client send, and then we do an error mapping, and then we map the result on the from promise, which we're just using the log right now, but and then pass it forward, but match async. That's result async. This is the problem. Okay, so this gives us a promise, and when we return returning? We're returning at the top of main. So if we do an await on that promise, and then in here, we need to, what does match expect? Yeah, I haven't used never throw that very much, so I'm very familiar with error typing and handling in Rust, but like how they adapt that to TypeScript. JavaScript is a whole other thing. It just looks like what I was looking for was it's just got the OK and the error. This is just the unwrap case, and this is the error case. Unwrap error case, and then it's just a promise. But what I was looking for was like, this isn't. I mean, I guess this isn't the right way to actually do this, because we're just here. Let's rewrite this. Let's make this a little bit better. We need to go more functional. We're not doing enough functional, which is why this feels so bad. Okay. Why do we do if result? Is that some Copilot generated crap that I left in there accidentally? Like, when do we not get a result? We should get a result every time. It's not optional. Like, why even have this result? Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're in an async main, so we can, in theory, await the entire chain that we're going to do. And that's going to return Stop. Okay. Okay, so we're going to return this await of this promise. That won't be right. So we're going to have to do. This is going to be interesting. Okay. Before we do that, okay. So we're going to do this. This is going to give us a result async, which is this never throw type that we're using now. And we want to then, normally we would say, and then give it the thing we want, which is going to return a result of So that would look like query execution ID, and then we would do fetch results client with query execution ID. Okay. So we run the query and then fetch the results, and then what do we want to do after that? At that point, we should have a result async. Then we can match. And the match should be like whatever the value is. Console log. I don't know. Through winning. And then Okay. So we're here, and we're in this case. Whoops, don't want to do that. I forgot I had it in here. Query is not finished. Current state is queued. My query. That's interesting. Okay, current query not finished. Current query is queued. There's something I missed in this. Why can't you just be like a sane language that uses the last? Query execution ID. We need to check on the status of a query execution. Invalid query execution state. We need to figure that out real quick. Is there anything in here that's called state? Batch, get prepared statement. Nope. Session command. Alright, let's just... State's not the right keyword, I don't know what it is, but let's go through. Batch get named query. No, we're not dealing with named query. Batch get prepared statement. No, we're not dealing with that. Get query execution. Batch get query execution command. Returns the details of a single query execution or list of up to 50 query executions. Provide as an array. That's interesting to know that we can batch, but I'm not worried about that right now. Cancel capacity reservation, create capacity reservation, create data catalog, name query command, create notebook command, create prepared statement, create pre-signed notebook URL. Delete capacity reservation command, delete data catalog command, delete name query, delete notebooks, delete prepared statement command, delete workgroup command, get calculation execution code, get capacity assignment for configuration command, get capacity reservation, get data catalog database command, get name query, get query execution command. Returns information about a single execution of a query. If you have access to the work group in which the query ran, each time the query executes, information about the query execution is saved with its unique identifier. So maybe this. And then we have this get query results command, which is the one we're messing with. Get query runtime statistics. That could be interesting later on. List application API. List database command. Name query command. Query execution. this guy go. Okay, so we have get query execution command, which takes the query execution ID and returns some sort of response. And that response has the query execution ID, the query statement type, resulting configuration, a status with a state, which is queued, running, succeeded, failed, or canceled. Okay. Pocket karaoke. Okay. This is likely what we need to use. Okay, so let's do that real quick. Let's just implement a basic version of this, and we'll worry about the rest of the pieces later on. What the hell just happened there? Okay. What do they call it? Get query execution command. Inspect query, or we have run query, which maybe we should rename this. I think we should rename this. Why does this LSP suck? Start a query, and then we're going to have this. We're going to, let's just rename this real quick. Fetch results. We're going to rename that to fetch query results. Yes. Sure, why not? Comment as well. Okay. Then we're going to have another thing, which is going to be, we're going to have a function here, which is get query status. Or get query query info for right now. Okay. Inner client. We gotta give it a query execution ID, which is a string. Stop trying to help me, Copilot. Stop it. I know you don't know where that is. Let's say get the imports. Okay, give it that. That part is correct. And then we're going to do a result async from promise client send of that command. We're going to create a new error for this guy, which is going to be the get query info error. Okay, and then this guy's going to have that, and that, and that, and that. And then this is going to be get query info error somewhere right now. Okay. And then this is going to return. Let's just have this return the result async of the get query execution command output, and it's going to have a get about this, that's fine. We'll let you know about it. Abstraction-wise, this is a little weird because we're leaking this lower level thing, but these are really like utility functions at the moment, at least. So we're gonna have to come back and clean that up, but it should get us the basics going real quick. Okay, so we got that. This we should be able to get rid of now. That we should be able to get rid of now, okay. And then we're gonna change this. We're not doing this and then here. We're gonna do a different and then, where we're gonna say query execution ID get query info. That's gonna return a thing. If we're winning, we're gonna log whatever that thing is. If we're failing, we're gonna fail. Okay. Let's try it again. Okay, and we are winning with some object. Okay. We have like a okay, so that's working, but we're not seeing much because we're just getting this stupid JavaScript object thing. Okay, let's try to encode. We don't know what this is, so all we can do is do that. Oops. I think. We will see. And we have the same thing here. Let's just... We can come back and handle these errors more explicitly later on from the documentation, but for right now I just kind of want to get something that logs them in and into the actual error object, at least. Okay. Where are we at with this now? Still just, okay, okay. Okay, how do we get outside of that is the question. So here we should have a object that looks like this. We should have, the thing we were most interested in was the status state. So let's just try to, oops, I don't want you, not right now. We want to console log the status state. Let's just try that real quick. Turn new TS error. Help. Property status does not exist on type get query execution command output. Oh, it's probably capitalized, isn't it? Yes. Stupid, weird AWS nonsense. State change reason. Submission state. Alright, let's just give this a whirl. Status does not exist on type according to on type get query execution command out. Get query execution command output. Oh, it's part of the query execution, which is optional. Of course it's optional. Okay, so all we got is that optional get query command execution, which then has, what is the question? Status, which is also optional. And then that has state, which of course is also optional. And then that has nothing because it's a string. Alright, let's just give that a whirl this time. Queued. Okay. No, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. What the hell did that just do? Queued running. Okay, we're at the point. We've got to get a little more advanced here. Okay. Okay. We need something. Need a higher level blocking query command is what we need. Be right back, chat. Gotta pee. Alright. Dude, we're still on this jam. I gotta get off this jam. Let's see what people ping me on Slack. Okay. I'm good. Okay, how should we start? We gotta start thinking about things a little bit more now real quick. Okay, so we have some layering going on already. And, okay, so like, architecturally, before we get too far into this, what do I want? Okay, so we got like, if we have like layer 0, we're gonna look at this inverted. So the bottom's gonna be the top for right now. Whatever, we can order it. This is gonna be AWS SDK client Athena. Okay, then we have layer 1, which is like thin wrapper to never or to AWS SDK client Athena to never throw. And then we're going to have layer 2, which is going to be a higher level blocking Athena client. Okay. So let's just, let's go with that for right now. Okay, so we need this higher level blocking query command. So we need a function. Let's make an async function. Oh, we don't even need to make it async. Let's just make a function, which is going to be run. We can just call it query. And it'll take a client, which is Athena client. It'll take a query in. Okay. And it's going to return a result async of a I guess we'll do the same thing. Export class query error extends base error. Okay, right now we'll do that, and we're going to return I don't know what we're going to return. Let's just say it's a string right now. Call this blocking. Okay. Dude, stop trying to help me. I'm gonna turn you off. Okay, result async. Or is it async result, I guess? Result async? So this thing needs to, 1, start query, needs to then, while query is not done, get query info, sleep, amount, and then stop, just stop Copilot, fetch results. Okay, this is the gist of what we want this thing to do. Okay. Sounds good. So, kick this off. We can do Okay. We're gonna have, this could be interesting with this. We'll have to play with it and see. Okay. But this is, let's just say this is the const start query result, which is an async result, and that's fine. We might chain them together later, but for right this second, let's do that. Okay. So we're gonna get this thing, and I guess we can, so we're gonna say, not sure how we do this functionally, but we'll just give it a go. Maybe we'll stumble into it. Okay. Well, I'm not sure how to do it functionally with what we have here, but okay. So if this succeeds, we want to do our next thing, right? If it fails, we want to pass through the error. Okay. So that and then would allow us to do that. Although and then is going to return another result, which is actually what we are going to have in this case. So and then might be an okay first step. So let's say we're going to do that, and then we're effectively going to do this and then. Okay. So that's going to give us, we've then now started a query. In the case that we successfully started the query, we are then going to get the query info. And that's, we're going to have a result async coming off the back of this, which is a result async of that fetched query info. In the case that it's a failure to either start the query or fetch the query info, then it's going to be a failing result type. And so the question is, what do we do next? We need something that will check if query status is done. And or maybe we should check if query status is pending or running, which is actually queued or running, because succeeded is a failure, is a completionary state, failed is a completionary state, and canceled the completionary state. So queued or running. Okay. And then if it is, we sleep. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Sorry, here are a couple of emails. Okay, check if query status. So we're gonna have a function that'll do that real quick. Let's just we're literally gonna deal with these. We're gonna have a function. It's gonna be a pure function. It's gonna be query is query running, or is query executing. Is query done. Let's just do is query done. And then this is just going to take a status, which is going to be the string, and that's going to return a boolean. And then we're just going to do, okay, so we're just going to return, is there a way to do, I guess we can just do status equals queued. Let's just do the completionary ones so it's easier to reason about, I guess. Okay. So we have this thing that'll tell us if it's done, and we can say if it's not done, we want to sleep until it's done. Okay. I might do this by, so we basically want to say, in the case of success, we want to sleep until it's done. Okay, so if we did a, if we think about this more functionally, if we just thought about this as a map, let's just think about this as a map. Okay, so that map, whatever the closure is that we give it, will be executed in the happy path, and in the unhappy path, it will not be executed. It will be passed, the error will be passed through. And so what I'm thinking is that we should have a function in here that maybe we just call this wait while not done. Wait while query not done. And I'm just, this is just kind of cheating. We're going to return. So what do we want to take in here? We want to take in the query info, which will be, this is going to be whatever the heck we call the type of the query info. This guy. Get query execution command output. So we're going to say we get this query execution command output in. We're going to return the same thing as well when we break the loop, but we're just going to block. Function is declared, type is neither undefined nor void. That's fine, whatever, we're not done yet. Okay, so this will allow us to use our isQueryDone, where we can say query info dot query. I guess technically, I'm not sure what this means. If this is actually, let's give it state. So we can do if is query done. What we really want is not done. Query is not done. And then we give it this. Except we're gonna have to do, for right now, we'll do this. We're gonna have to deal with those optionalities. But to keep this simple for this time being, if it's not done, we're gonna say, actually not if, we're gonna say, wow, this is not done. And to let current query state equal. Okay, we're gonna do that, and then maybe we won't do that. Let's just do a let. We're going to do let current query info. We're just going to get prime to query info. Okay. Yeah. Let's just go with this for right now. Okay. We can clean things up in a bit. So in here, we're going to have to fetch query info and update current query state. Info and state. And then down here, we're going to return current query info is what I'm thinking. Okay. So in order to do that though, we're going to get a fetch, nope, not fetch query results. We're going to do this get query info call, which the question is, do we have enough information from query info? Do we have the execution ID? Query execution ID, okay. So we should be able to do get query info. And then this is going to take, right now we'll deal with this. We might want to make it more functional in here. I know we're going to want to make it more functional, actually. So let's change this to, let's change this. Hey, thanks for the raid, Ron Corna. How you doing? Move this. What's up? You guys working on anything fun before this? Oh, nice. Android development. Sweet. Yeah, right now I'm working on some Typescript. We're doing some event replay. Here, I'll show you real quick. Not this. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. This is the best one to show. Maybe this guy. Okay. So we have this product that we're building called appfit.io. And we do a bunch of stuff. So this is all an analytics project. So it helps you see your analytics from various different analytics platforms as well as itself, but see them with the context of events that happen around your thing. So you can think of events being like, hey, your app was presented on Good Morning America, and that, you know, triggered a bunch of your metrics to change. Super useful to be able to see that. Or maybe you launch a new version that has new features and you want to be able to see that in context. But yeah, so that's AppFit, and I'm working on right now is facilitating replaying of events from the metric events. So when the metric events come in, they get stored into S3 as the raw metric events. But there's things that happen for disaster recovery. We need to be able to replay those back. Or let's say we have a customer that decides to stop paying, and we still are allowing those events to come in. Well, we don't expose all of those events back to the user interface until they pay us. And so once they pay us, they want all of their data back. So then at that point, we can replay them from our S3 storage back into the actual app that presents them to the user. So yeah, but in terms of like Android development and stuff, like I'm a big polyglot, so I kind of jump around in different tech stacks and languages and programs. And so right now I'm working on the back end. Like the front end of this is all Flutter. So it's a cross-platform Flutter application that runs on web, Android, and iOS. But I also do a bunch of native iOS, native Android, as well as back-end stuff as well. So right now I'm working on the back end, writing a program for our backend to facilitate this replaying of raw metric events, and that happens to be in Typescript. So yeah, that's what I'm up to. But yeah, I have some, if you want to see other stuff like Android, there's some interesting Android specific stuff if you check out my YouTube channel. Let me see. There's a bunch of stuff I've done on stream, like, you know, like I was working on this project for a client of ours called Prism Labs. Yeah, for sure, definitely, yeah. And so this product is a product where it scans your body using your phones. And so what we were building for them was an SDK. We built them an iOS SDK and we built them an Android SDK, both native. But what it does is you use your device, and you stand in front of your device. You can kind of see in this image here, and it detects your body position, and we give guidance back based on your body position. And then you do a 360-degree turn, and it scans your body and then runs it through an entire computer vision pipeline that analyzes your body in 3D and generates an avatar and detailed specific metrics about your body, right? So like if you were doing it in very tight clothing, it'd be able to tell you your actual, like, the muscles and like how much fat has changed in different areas of your body and so on and so forth. So yeah. So that's a cool project, but yeah, if you're interested in other Android stuff, this is all Jetpack Compose that we built the SDK and Android for, and I have a bunch of videos on that. I should have a playlist for specifically that. Yeah, I have a Prism Labs Android SDK development playlist. But yeah, definitely always good to meet somebody else who's coding. Yeah, right now I'm working on is this AWS, basically because all of these files that are stored in Parquet, this Parquet file format in S3, there's this layer that Amazon has called Athena, which you can set up on top of that, which lets you send SQL queries into Athena, and it translates the SQL queries and runs them on the Parquet, against the Parquet files. So it's basically like a SQL-like engine that you can layer on top of raw Parquet files and a couple other file formats in S3. And then, so that's what we're utilizing to be able to do this. And so it turns out that their SDK is asynchronous, but it's not just asynchronous, it's asynchronous, but it's also asynchronous in the sense that you start a query, because queries could take a really long time. And you need to then go check on a periodic basis what the status of your query is, and then once it's completed you can get the results. So I'm building like a thin little blocking layer on top of it, because for my use case for this program, like, we don't need anything to go like fire off a bunch of queries, wait for them all to complete and strategically decide. We just need to go fire off one query, block, waiting for it to complete or fail, and then handle the result. Oh, really? Thanks for letting me know. Let me see if I can adjust the audio. Is that better? I switched to a new audio app called Loopback that I'm using to manage all of my audio. But getting the levels correct has been a little trickier. Well, it also doesn't help that I don't have those as separate channels on my streaming machine. They're all coming from my development machine, and then they're all getting slammed into one channel and then sent over to my streaming machine. But yeah. All right, let's see. So to do this, I am using a result type. I'm using this library called neverthrow, which is based on Rust's result type. But TypeScript and JavaScript don't really support like all the functionality that Rust does that makes the result type super awesome. So we're somewhat limited in that sense. But so right now I'm writing this blocking query function, which will take a query, and we're gonna just replace this with query, and then we're going to get the query info, which is going to prime this process. We're going to then, once we have that query info in the case of success, we're going to send that down to a function here, which is we're going to call wait while query not done, and that is going to take in a client, which is going to be this Athena client. And then that is going to return a function that takes in a query info, get query execution command output, and returns a get query execution command output, because we're mapping. But I want this to be like a map that's just so let's just do the function real quick. So let's move that inside of there. Okay. So, and then that will return the current query info. And for right now, we could actually, to get the types all right and the plumbing set up, we should be able to even comment that out. And then this is going to take in query info. Okay, and client is declared, but the value is never used, and that's okay. So that should allow us to do this wait while query not done inside the map here. And then, so this is the thinking, is we start our query, which kicks it off, and then we have to get into this thing where we check the status of it. So we fetch the status of it initially with this get query info. Then we map which waits while the query is not done. So the whole point of this is just to block until the query is completed, and then in theory, when that's completed, that will give us this current query information back, which is the same data structure that we get from get query info. So it'll be just like if we were getting that result. And then we should be able to do an and then, and we should be able to then fetch we can just call this query info, and then we should be able to fetch query results, client query info. I don't know what we're gonna pass in for this. What did I have up there? Oh no, it's not query info. It's gonna be query info dot. It lost the type information. Is it not? We might have to deal with that in a second because it's losing type information. I wonder if it's the side effect of just doing the function pass here. So this is going to be query info, and then this. Oh, it's because of this. That's why, probably. This should be client. Okay, now that should be correct. Then we should be in here. Then we should have query info. It should know what query info is. Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna have this, but this is gonna be query info dot query execution. For right now, I'm gonna force and wrap that because I'm just trying to get things going. So we're gonna have query, and then we need what is it? Execution query. There we go. Query execution ID. Okay, and that will then get me a new async result, which should be the result of the actual query. And that will be, let's just say, we'll even return that actual result, which is going to be a impressive keyboard. I was looking into alternative keyboards and things like that lately, especially because I'm currently building an alternative on-screen keyboard for phones. Oh, interesting. Gotta process different typing ideas and approaches. Yeah. Did you check out my, did you do the keyboard command, and check out the site, or are you just saying based on hearing it? Von Corno. Hey, Lexeron. How's it going? Where's Stream Elements? Stupid chatbot. I don't know where Stream Elements is today. It's not connected to my chat for some reason. But here's my personal website. I'll drop a link. There you go. Ah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a dactyl menu form that I customized a bit. And it's a small dactyl menu form, which was like really my big experiment. Because I've used larger keyboards, but I still had problems with my wrists. And after doing more research, I found that was largely because I was stretching my fingers too much. And so I decided, okay, I'll make a smaller keyboard that has better thumb clusters and feels really good and natural and ergonomic, and I can set up, but has less keys so that I can't stretch. And what that did for me was it made all of my wrist pain go away. But there's the added complexity of now I have to deal with layers to code. So like I have a layer that has my numbers and symbols on it, and I have my layers that has my letters on it. And I've come up with a configuration for that using the thumb clusters that works and allows me to code pretty proficiently. I'm not quite as fast as I was prior, but I'm still very fast. And so yeah. And I figure over time, like I've been doing it I've been using this keyboard, I don't know, for probably over a year. And I just keep getting faster and faster because you just use it, you get faster and faster. And you find those rough edges and get rid of them. Okay, and so here I need to change this return type of this blocking thing. So for the time being, I'm just going to use the same return type, even though we're bleeding the abstraction a bit. Let's just use it for right now, just to get things going and simplify. I'll have to come back through and refine the API and make sure the abstractions are held and all of that, but we can get something working. Okay, so get query results command output is going to be here. We're going to do that, and this should be that. So if we just return this, we should be in good standing. And so then the question becomes this last little bit. And that last little bit is this up here. And this bit is, we get our query info, we set our current query info, and then we need to do this. And we can do our current, this is going to be a let, this is going to be a let, because we're going to mutate that. Stop trying to help me. Okay, and then we are going to, how am I going to do this? So we're going to have, we're going to have to do a get query info. We're going to need to sleep in here though. So we're going to have to sleep, otherwise we're going to create an infinite loop, and we don't want to do that. Get query info. So we have this get query info function, which takes a client, which we will have. So we're going to use the client, and this takes the query info. So we're going to do query info dot query execution dot query execution ID, and this is going to be we should just be able to do current query info equals this, and then we should be able to do current query state equals current query info dot execution dot status dot state. What's wrong with this? Property metadata is missing in type result, but required in type. Property $sign metadata is missing in type result async. Oh yes, 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 yes. That is true. That is true. What do I want to do here? That is the question. Because this isn't actually this query info is the problem. This is actually like get query info result. It's actually an async result. That's fine, and then we can match it, I guess. Maybe, which is going to be new query info, and And then maybe we can say current query info equals new query info. And then we're going to have an error case as well on the match that we're going to have to decide what we want to do here. Actually, why does it just think everything's in any? This gets me a result async. Why does it think that's an any? Should be a result async of get query execution command output and whatever our error type is, which is the get query info error. Okay. So what do we got going on? Type result, get query execution command output, get query is missing the following property types. What in the world? Yeah, thanks so much. Nice to meet you, Vunicorno. Have a good rest. Get query info result. Alright, what kind of stupidity do I have going on? This should be a result async of get execution command output. And it should be get query info error. But we have something weird going on. There's some weird nonsense going on right here. Why do we have this weird error going on in terms of types? Result async. Get query execution command output, get query info error is missing the following properties from type. What in the world is that? Get query info. It's right there. That doesn't make any sense. How is that okay, but this not okay? LSP even says this is fine. It tells me it returns a result async. Result async. Tells me it returns a result async of a get query execution command output and a get query info error. Result async, get query execution command output, get query info error. Why is it missing the following properties? I'm just an idiot? It's because it's not carrying this type through? Is that why? This should be get query execution command output. Get query execution command output. Alright, this is... expected another... No, why did I put... parsing error? What is it? It's declared but it's never read. Why is it trying to do... world are you trying to do, Copilot? What is wrong with this? Get query execution and output. Okay, so diagnostics are telling me it needs enters, is what you're telling me, prettier. I hate you, prettier. I hate you. Stupid. So fix it, prettier, but then Copilot's confused. Just have to fight the Copilot. Okay. Okay. I gotta get my focus on. Come on. Focus, focus, focus. Okay, so we fetch this thing. Once we fetch that thing, we need to do a match on it. I think. Which will give us the new query info, which we can then set to query. Cannot assign query info because it's constant. Yeah, we will change that. And this will become a let. And this will become a let. And then once we get the new query info, we're actually going to do two things, not just one thing. And we are going to do current query state is equal to current query info dot query execution bang dot status bang dot state. And that should update both this and this. And then when the loop wraps around, we should be able to do this. But this is a promise. This returns a promise. So we need to do an await here. Which means this is going to be an async function that we're going to return. What are we going to do in the case of an error is the question. We're going to short circuit the whole thing. For a tenth of a second. Let's node sleep. Node sleep. Using sleep functions in node do it. I want to set timeout. Delay. I guess we could do that. That's one approach. Okay, so we have a delay, some time, some amount, promise, resolve, set. What is it? How do we actually use that then? They delay, await, delay. So we could do await delay of, is it milliseconds? What is set timeout want? Set timeout is milliseconds. So if we do 100 milliseconds. Okay. Okay, so we take this in. Return is not assignable to type. You might not want to do they let you? What do we have here? We have and then match, map, then map error, or else unwrap, or. The problem I have with match is that match in TypeScript is a closure. It returns another promise. So the problem is that I can't break execution in the error case, because in the error case, if I get this error and in my function here I return, that's just going to return A. Which is just obnoxious. I mean, if I was doing this more functionally, then we'd be doing a recursive call. I mean, maybe that's worth thinking about. Maybe that is worth thinking about. Might not be so bad. So if we're thinking about it being a recursive call, that recursive call would, since we already fetched the status initially, so maybe it would do something like check status, and then if status done, return. If status not done, then it would fetch, well, then it would sleep, and then it would fetch status, and then call itself. Now we could also just have it fetch status itself, check status, if status done, return, else sleep, call itself. And that would allow us to get rid of that previous call, I guess. Okay. So maybe that's the way I should think about it. I do feel like that would be a little bit cleaner, actually. And it would allow me to collapse this fetch query here. So instead I can just give it the execution ID in. Okay, let's do that real quick. So we're gonna have this wait while query. We're gonna be like fetch query results while not done. That's gonna take in a query execution ID, which is a string, and that's going to be this thing here. Okay, and so first things first, this is also going to have a client. Yeah, we do need to do the currying, so let's just do client. We're going to get Athena client, and then we're going to return a function that takes this and returns a we're going to return, I guess we can return a result async, maybe, of the same thing that the fetch query results does, which is this. Okay, so let's return a function here. This function is going to take in the query execution ID, and it's going to return whatever we're going to do in here. And in here, we are going to do, what am I thinking? We're going to do this get query info results stuff. We're going to do this. Okay, so we no longer have query info. We're going to have a query execution ID, which is passed in, so that's simpler. Okay, so now we're going to get this. We're going to come in, we're going to fetch this. We're going to get this result. Once, in fact, we can get rid of that, let's say, okay. And we get to start with this. Okay, typing wise, we're good. Okay, so we're gonna have a function that returns a function that takes a query execution ID and is going to fetch query results while not done, right? So we're gonna get query info. We then need to, on success, we're gonna do it again, okay? So this is going to be query info. Yeah, let's just, okay, we're going to take the query info and we're going to do whatever we want with the query info. This is where we're going to check the query info. So we're going to say if the query info is done, then we want to simply I don't know that that's what we want to do. No, that is not what we want to do. Thanks for trying, Copilot. So we'll do this for right now. Although this is not actually what I want long term, but that should be fine. Else, we're going to delay and we're going to do a result.async from promise. Async from promise. How does that work again? From promise takes a promise like and then an error mapping function. So we're going to give it this thing, which is a promise. So we're going to have a delay, which is a promise. We're going to tack a then onto it to make a new promise. Let's actually label it. Let's just do a delayed get query info. Copilot is trying to help too much, and it's not helping at all. This is lately how I feel about it in general. Okay, so we're going to delay. After we delay, then we are going to do whatever's in here. And this is going to be what do we want this to be? Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't think I actually want to do the then here. Let's just do this. Let's just do... Okay. So we get this expected 2 arguments. There is no error for this. But this shouldn't happen. So let's just class fetch query results while not done. Error. Sentence base error. Should not happen. This should never happen. Okay. Sure, we can, maybe we'll do that. Okay, so we've waited. We're now a result async. We can then do an and then, and we can, don't care about the input, and we can do what we want here, which is going to be returning a get query info with the client and the query execution ID. And the types are happy. Okay. Okay, where's our recursion though? Is that what we want to do? No, that is not what we want to do. Because we don't want to do that. Excuse me. We want to have this do a fetch query results while not done of client, and we want to give it the query execution ID. Which will be a result async of that. Okay. So this. This we shouldn't do. Let's fix this. We should do maybe there's a we can construct it with a promise of a result of a type. Okay, async. There's a constant called okay async. So we can return okay async, which is just I think that's what we actually want to do. Yeah. Import for never throw. Okay. Let's go functional. Okay. Time is implicit, has any type. What type is it supposed to have? Time is supposed to be a number. Okay. State. Declared, but its value is never read. That's because apparently I called all of these okay. We're saying this approach we didn't like. Okay. And we're back here. Let's go. Okay, so now we have this new function which is fetch query results while not done. Or no, that doesn't make sense. The naming of that doesn't make sense. This is fetch query. This should be called get query info while not done. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, now down here we can say, cool, we start the query, and we're not going to do this anymore. We don't need to do that anymore. Instead, we're going to say, and then, and we're going to do something else here. We don't actually need that either. So we're going to do get query info while not done with client. Bam. And then that all should go away. Okay, so we start the query, we get the query info while we're not done. When it's done in the happy path, we should end up with query info here, and then we can fetch query results is the plan. For right now, I guess let's just go for it. Let's just go for it. First try. All right. Property query execution does not exist on that thing. Questionable. What's get query results? Why does it think query info is get query results? We have typing wrong. There's some typing wrong. This is wrong. This is not query results. Is it? That should be, where's our get query info? Should be get query execution command output. Why was it okay? Why was LSP okay? I hate LSP in TypeScript. Okay. Now it's happy. And we don't need this fetch query results. We just get query info here. And we can console log query info dot query execution dot status dot state. That will give me the info I need to know. I need to actually do an OK async of query info here, don't I? Okay, so we got this blocking query thing. So we're not doing first try. We're just gonna get the query info while not done, and then make sure we're getting the right query info. So in our main, we're going to do this blocking query. So we're gonna change this all. So this is going to become a blocking query. We're going to give it the client, we're going to give it the query, and then what we should get is our query info. And then we can do whatever we want with our query info. Which in our case, right now, let's just console log our query info. Actually, let's just move this down. Oh no, we can't do that. We have to change this typing. I don't really want to do that. Let's just go for it. Whatever. We're going for it. I can just stop hesitating on that and just go for it. Okay. So we have this get query info while not done, and then we need this other function in here to actually fetch query results, which is fetch query results. Okay, and then fetch query results. Fetch query results takes query execution ID, which we have to do this query execution ID, and then we need to give it, we have a default for that though, so we should be okay with just that, which will return okay, and that should return a get query results. So we now have blocking query. We should be able to call blocking query, and we should get here query results, and we can console log query results. And no overload matches. Your mom matches. We don't even need this. Let's just nuke it all. Nuke it all! Okay. I think we're good. Let's give it a whirl. Give it a whirl. Give it a whirl. Oh, oh. Progress. Progress. Dude, why is my window weird? This. Okay. It worked. Looks like it worked. Okay, let's start cleaning things up a little bit now that we got that working. Okay, so we have this blocking query. Blocking query lets us run a query, and it blocks handling until we get a result. And then once we get a result, we can do whatever we want with that or handle the errors propagating through the thing. But we need to clean things up a tad bit. So let's make things a little bit nicer. We're getting rid of this. Okay, and we have some... Stop trying to help me, Copilot. Stop. Okay. Yeah, this sucks. Let's query that thing, just so we have that done as well. So fetch query results. Let's change this. Let's make this a function that what do I want to do here? If we're truly querying this, we'd move this up, and we would make that, let's not make that a default. Okay, and then we would have, can we do this? It would be something like this. Max results would be a number. And then we would have turns a function that has a query execution ID as a string, and those would go away, and we would return a function. Nope, stop trying to help me, Copilot. Stop. I know what I'm doing. Generally have thought through what I'm doing. I guess I'll just, yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Weird formatting has it done. This should allow us to then do and do fetch query results of client of max, which we're going to have to bring forth, which is max results. Which that should then go away. What?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Fetch query results.
Active, yeah, I'm free like a dove. In love with the bass, in love with the sob, in love with the energy I get from above. Hot in the club,
Returns a function that takes max results, which returns a function that takes query execution ID, which returns the result async. That looks correct. The typing looks correct in LSP. What's wrong with this? No overload matches this call. Overload 1 of 3. What? Overload matches. Parameter has name but no type. Maybe I have that syntax wrong. Maybe I have that wrong. I don't think so. I don't think I have that wrong. Rocket. I don't even think that's part of. I guess it's TypeScript. Params arrow expression. Using fat arrow, we dropped in. Okay. I got the basics. I need more than that. Fat arrow to fat arrow to fat arrow. TypeScript, fat arrow to fat arrow to fat arrow. If I could type as the return. How's it going, Sneaky Foxtrot? I am doing some TypeScripting. But right now I'm trying to figure out why I'm getting this weird type error with the function that I just wrote. I was doing some currying, or was trying to do some currying. It seems happy in the function, but when I go to use it, it complains about not finding the overload, which is weird. I have fetch query results. Oh, is it because of that? No, what did I do? Oh, no overload. Yeah, no overload matches this. That makes sense, but why is the other one? Maybe it's a side effect. I think the function's right. Maybe it's a side effect of these other things. So this should be no max results. No, still. I don't understand. I don't understand. What? No overload matches. What does it think the overloads are? One of three. Get query execution command output. It's a function that takes the get query execution command output with the result of unknown unknown and returns the result async. Give the following error. Argument of type query execution ID string result async get query results command output is not assignable to parameter type get query execution command output return result. So we start this, which gets us the query execution ID. That gets handed to the get query info while not done function. And then the result of that should be fetch query results. But what does fetch query results expect? Am I just stupid? That takes a query execution ID. Okay, so that's part of the problem. That is the problem. So I'm just stupid. I think I did it right. I'm just doing something stupid down here because we don't have that yet. So we need to map that because we need to, we have a like query info here. I mean, yeah, we have query info, and what we really want is this query execution ID. Oh, yeah. Yes. And then we can do fetch query results, and then we don't need this anymore. Not find query info. So that should be happy. Okay. We got some basics going. Let's add a document here real quick. Okay. Block fetching query info until query is complete, is done. Continuously fetch query info until query is done, and get final query info. Oops. Okay, okay, okay. This guy wants that, and hold on, chat. Be right back. I'm back, chat. Let's get some of this trued up real quick. Okay. The thing I don't like about this is query done. Okay. Let's fix this. I keep going back and forth on whether or not I want is query done to have knowledge of the data structure, the get query execution command output data structure. Something needs to deal with these bangs is the conundrum that we have, right? So we need to handle these bangs because we can't just bang them because what the whole point of them being optional is to tell us that there's a possibility that they might not be there. And we need to decide what we want to do if they're not there, right? Now, what that is could be like we don't need to programmatically do something about it. It could just be presenting an error. So let's do, given that, let's just do something. Let's do like const state equals this, and then we can do if state else. If we don't have state, then we got an error. Okay, so we're going to return a, in that scenario we're going to return, yeah, Copilot, you're wrong. It's going to be an error async. At least it should be an error async. Except we don't want shouldn't happen. Is that error is typed. This is the fetch query info while not done. What in the world happened here? I didn't. I think we just get query info while not done. Hey George, turn that down, bud. Query info while not done error. Get query info. While not done error. That seems more correct. Okay, so we're gonna have this quick get query while not done error. Now we gotta change some stuff. This should be fine. Get query info while not done error. And this is going to be query info, or maybe we'll make it even more explicit. Let's say the get query execution command output missing how nice do I want to make it? Let's make it nice. Let's just do it. Okay. We're gonna have to just make it nice. Okay, so we're gonna say we're not gonna do this. Well, we can keep that for reference, but we're gonna say if query info, which should always be a thing, then because we're in the end then. So then we can say if query execution, and we can say cool, and then we can say if query info.query execution dot status. Stop trying to help me. Query info, I'm not done. I know you can't find that. We'll grab it from neverthrow. Get query execution command output dot query execution. Hold on one sec, chat. I got a text I gotta deal with. All right, we're back. We're back. Okay, so we're gonna make this a little bit nicer. We're gonna have better error messages. So we're gonna say, cool, if query info query execution exists. If that doesn't exist, we're gonna say get query execution command output missing query execution. Or here. We'll just do this. This is fine. Okay. Then we're going to have, if that exists, then we're going to check and we're going to say query execution dot status missing. And then if that's not missing, then we're going to state, and then we're going to say query execution status dot state missing. Otherwise, we have everything we need. And when we have everything we need, we can do all of this logic. I think is what we want. Okay. Okay. And this is, if we get an error, this should be get query info while not done error. And this one should not happen. Set timeout failed. Our delay promise somehow failed. This should not happen. Okay. Okay, so We got this thing that looks cleaned up. We don't have this weird banging going on anymore. This is still not dealing with it. This is just check if query is done. Get query info while not done error. Okay. Then we have fetch query results. Okay, cool. Cool, cool. What do we got? Expected 3 arguments, but got 2. Where did I break things? 178. Blocking query. Expected 3 arguments. What did I do? I changed blocking query. Oh, max results. I propagated that. Let's do. Yeah, let's limit it to 10 for right now. Oh, here, we'll put it at 100. I'm limiting it in the query. Okay. We're most of the way there. We need some pagination love. Because we can get a query result. However, once we get a query result, that query result can be paginated. So we have this blocking query, which run a query blocking until the query finishes executing for errors. Okay. This, and then returns the get query results command output. In success or a query error in failure. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now we need to find this docs again. Where did those docs go? Get rid of all this nonsense. It's over here somewhere. Okay. Get query execution command. That's not the one. Get query results command. This guy. Next token. Okay. We have a result set which has next token. We need to decide what we want to do here. I think architecturally, we're dealing with large queries, large amounts of data. So the pagination might be a good mechanism to facilitate batching, handling batches of results, probably. So we could make something that uses blocking query to query, and then if let's just start writing a function. Blocking paginated query. I don't know what to call this. Yeah, there's a to-do, all right. Okay. More energetic tunes. What do you guys think in chat? What is this? Here, let's try this. All right, we got some feeling here. We got a little bass in here. Okay. I feel like I just listened to this song now. Okay, why do we have a... Okay, what are we doing here? This needs to take, whatever this is, needs to take a next token in. Because it needs to be like... Either that or we need to modify... Well, maybe that's what we need to do. Well, we still need something to... Still need something to consume them all, even if we modify this. So like we're passing in max results here, but we really ought to also be passing in an optional next token, which I think is a string, right? And this could be null by default or whatever, undefined. Parameter cannot have question mark and initializer. Okay, it must automatically be true to this, that. Okay. But then we have start query. And start query is the one that cares about that potentially. So let's go to start query. Start query takes in the query. And this is get query. It's get query results command. Start query doesn't care. Start query. Request token, execution parameter, result configuration. Yeah, it doesn't care. Okay. So we just care about this. So it's not start query. It's going to be get query, not get query info. It's going to be this one. It's going to be our already weirdly formatted one, thanks to prettier nonsense. Okay. So this is our fetch query results, which is going to take max results and the query execution ID. It's always going to have the query execution ID. And so we are going to have to throw in here another one, which is going to be an optional next token. We're going to have to return, we're going to throw another return in here, which is going to be next token. Okay. And then token is declared but never used. Okay, that's fine. And we're going to, I guess we're just going to say next token is next token. And that should work there. Okay. And that should bring that. So that's fetch query results. So we're using that there, and let's actually get rid of this noise because we no longer need this noise in here. Okay, so we have fetch query results, then we have fetch query results, client max results, and next token. Okay. Okay. We can simplify that function. We don't need to curry each one. I don't think it's like super helpful for our current use case. Other people are going to freak out. So let's move max result. Next token. Oh, we got this. Still got to deal with that. Alright, let's fix that because that'll also fix the other one. So this we need to extract out into a function that will take care of that for us. So we need a function that is going to take in, we'll call it, it will extract query execution ID. Okay, and it's going to take in whatever this type is here, which is a get query execution command output. Get query execution command output, and it is going to return what would we want this to actually, like, it can fail, so we'd have it return a result. Why are you trying to do prettier? I hate you. I just hate Typescript communities tools are just, okay, so this is going to be like query, let's just call this query info, and we're going to have this result, but this result is going to be a result of which, oh, what do we know? We know it is. Where is it? Where were we doing this? Right here. Query execution. It's just a string. Okay, and so we're going to have a result of a string, or we're going to have this error, which is going to be a get or extract query execution ID error, which extends the base error. And then we're going to have extract query execution ID. Cool. This is going to be that logic that we had before that kind of made this other function ugly up here. Yeah. We should. I think we should be able to just write a function because we need to deal with that same exact thing here. Right? We need to extract a query execution ID from that thing. So if we write a function that does that and handles the optionality of it for us and translates it into an error, we should be able to mix it in here, but then also substitute it back in there. So I mean, it might be better to copy this since this is let's just copy that. Okay, so we're going to have this query info, if the query info status, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this logic's clearly going to be different because we don't need to do that right here. But here is where we would return an OK of the oh no, that's the state. Crap. Well, we don't get as much play off of this as we want, but it's still beneficial for this. Let's just do the same thing here. Okay. So we're going to do if query info dot query execution. Then we're going to do if query info dot query execution bang dot query execution ID. Then we're going to return an OK of query execution bang, query execution ID bang. Else we're going to return an error of extract query execution ID, and we're going to say get query execution command output dot query execution ID. Is this correct? Did Copilot get it right or no? I don't. We still have an else that it didn't do. Okay, so here we're going to return an error of extract query execution ID, but this is going to be get query execution command output query execution dot query execution ID missing. So it did get that part right. So we're going to do basically the same thing down here, except we're going to say query execution. Okay, error is not here, and we need to import error. And then, why is... Oh yeah, it did. It just showed me a bunch of other ones too. Okay. Okay, and then... Can't find result. Okay. Cool. Extract query execution ID is the thing. So now the question is, can we do an and then of extract execution query ID, and then seems like so we get the query info while not done. We extract the query execution ID, and then we fetch the query results. Okay, and we could do something similar up here where we extract, because this is just a bunch of error mapping logic in here that is just from this optionality thing, which is kind of just muddies this whole thing and makes it harder to read what's actually going on. So it's probably worth doing the same type of thing where we're going to say extract query state. So let's just do it real quick. Extract query state. Extends base error. Function extract query state. And then we're going to take in query info, which is going to be a get query command. Execution command output. We're going to return a result of string, which is the state, and we're going to give it the extract query state error. And that should be okay. And then we can copy all of this to here. We'll see how this cleans things up for us. So we have query info. This down here should be a return of, oh no, this is logic that has to live up there. So we're going to replace that with a return of an OK of this and that. Okay. And then these else's will become errors, but the errors are going to be this. So this is going to be VW paste. No? Why can't it? No, that didn't work. Let's do Okay, looking promising. I think that's good. Okay, so we got this extract query state function now. Let's just elevate this up above this, just so it's defined before it. Okay, so like, how can we do this here now? Okay, so we're gonna return get query, and then query info. We should just be able to do it, and then extract query state. And then we should get in here, we can elevate this logic up, which is the logic that matters for this. And then all of this logic should be able to go away. And we should be able to have this simply say if, we can say query state, we can say query state, oh, maybe we don't want to do, if we do that in the chain, we lose the, if we do that in the chain, we lose the query info, and we want the query info because we want to be able to actually pass it through. So we can instead do it in here, extract query state from query info, and then we can so we still get the query info, we can extract the query state from this, we'll get a result of this, and then we can say in the happy path that we get a result of this, we want to, yeah. Okay. If we map this, we'll get query state. And then with query state, we can do is query done, which will then give us true or false. And then we can say in the happy path, if we get a true or false, we can say what should do is done, and then we can say I don't think we want this to be a map though, this needs to be an and then, and then yeah, we still need both paths in here. And this becomes a return. And then we change this to is done. What are you talking about? No overload matches, overload of 1 and 2. It's because it's a... How do I lift? Never throw? How do I lift? Never throw. npm js. How do I throw? How do I lift? From non-async to async. Okay. 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 Cool. I think that should be good. Get query info while not done. Now we get the query info. And then we do this closure here so that we actually have access to the query info further down in the pipe down here, and then we do like a secondary pipe line in here. That's definitely more concise and clearer than what it was doing. It's not quite as nice as this, but we can get there. Okay. Let's make sure we didn't break anything horribly while we were screwing around with everything. Looks like it's still happy. Okay. Cool. Okay, so hold on. I'm going. Hey, chat. All right, let's get back at this. Okay, so we cleaned those up. We broke this out into separate functions to facilitate handling the optionality of those. Okay. That made all of that better. Okay, cool. So we're back to this pagination thing. We modified our blocking query method or function to take in next token optionally. So in theory, we could. The thing that feels weird about calling this blocking query again, and I think this is wrong. Why this is wrong is because it doesn't take. We don't need to start the query again. In fact, we do not want to start the query again. So that makes me feel like from an API design standpoint, this is just wrong. Like we need to make this fetch query results thing deal with pagination, but none of this cares about pagination. Like this getting the info until done thing doesn't care. The start query doesn't care. So it's almost feels like we need to split this into two. And the results, the max results also. Yeah, I've convinced myself. Okay, so we have this start. This is really like start blocking, or maybe this isn't. This is like let's just say blocking query, which runs the query. But then we have another function which facilitates maybe this is fetch query results. And maybe this shouldn't. Maybe this isn't this extract and fetch query results. Maybe these shouldn't be part of this. Yeah, maybe these shouldn't be part of this. These shouldn't be part of this. And what we're going to return then is this get query execution command output. Okay. So then we're going to have this blocking query. It's going to block until it's done executing, or there's an error. One of the two. And then it's going to give us the query information. Okay? And then we're going to have another function, which this other function is going to fetch the query results, which maybe we just should deal with fetch query results. change this to fetch query results error. Okay. Okay. And then over here, we need to, we already said this needs to deal with next token. Okay, so we're gonna have this. Okay, so we have fetch query results. So, okay, so if we change our little test main function real quick, we can just do and then, and we can do fetch query results with client max results of 100, let's say, and we don't have to give it a next page, next token, because it's undefined. And that we should still be in, oh no, that's not good enough, because that won't match, because we need to do an and then, and we need to extract our query execution ID from the query info. Okay, so we extract query execution ID, then we can do fetch query results, then we just match and log. Okay, let's just give that a whirl, make sure everything's still good. Expected 2 arguments, but got 3 on 225. Expected, oh, we don't need that anymore, which is nice. Okay, it's an improvement to say the least. All right, now we are closer. We are closer. Okay, now we just got to figure out this pagination thing. So we want something to make it nicer to, because what we need to do is deal with all of the pages of data that come back. And this gives us this nice batching opportunity to be able to potentially do this. So we need a new function which is going to help like take care of that for us in some respect. Okay, and the way that we're going to want to do that is maybe, I don't know what to call this, fetch and process query result pages. I don't know. Let's just go with that for right now. Okay. So we're going to fetch and process query result pages. And this thing needs to fetch query results. Process those query results if there are more, if there is a next token, fetch next batch of results, etc., 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 etc. Okay, so let's do, so we're going to, we can do this, we can just do this recursively as well. Although, I mean, this could be very large. Let's just start writing and see how it goes. Okay. So we're gonna fetch the query results. We need the client, which is the Athena client. So we're gonna have a client. We're gonna need max results, which is a number. We're gonna need next token, which is going to be null the first time. Okay. Or undefined the first time, more specifically. Okay. And then this is going to return the async result of that thing. What do we want this to return? I don't know what we want that to return yet. It could... This can all fail, so like... Technically, I think we would want this to be a result async of... whatever we want. The last get query results command output, maybe? Maybe? And then this is going to be like another error type of fetch and process result pages error, which extends base error for right now. Why did it? Fetch. Okay. Function is declared type is neither undefined nor void. Return value, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. Fetch query results, client, max results. Okay, so that will do our initial. Yeah. We know that's not right because the error type is wrong. Although we could just map error. What's it called in this? It's not called map error. Map. It's called map error instead. What? Yeah, it's called map error. LSP is just stupid right now. So we're going to get an error. Whatever that error is going to be, we're going to elevate that error to a fetch and process query result error of e.message. Parameter e implicitly has any type. I don't want it to have an any type. We know it is a fetch query result error. Property map error does not exist on type. What do you mean it doesn't exist on type? Oh. Crap. We need to extract the query execution ID first. No. Wait. Yeah, we need to pass in the query execution ID. What am I thinking? Query execution ID. Okay, so we're in this So we have this initial our initial results here. So what do we want to do with once we have our initial results? Is the question mark. We have our query results, for lack of a better name. We can do whatever we want with them. And we need to look at the query results. We need to process them, whatever that means. We haven't defined that yet, but we could use a closure potentially. And then the other option is we have query results next token, which we need to do if query result next token exists, then we need to come in here and we're going to return fetch and process query result pages, and that's going to be with the same client, with the same max results, with the same query execution ID, and we got but this is not correct, because we also need, if we're doing, but we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. We do not want to do that. Because if we do that, we don't want to do that. If we do that, we have a problem potentially because of the stack overflow or stack bounding issue. So we need to just do a loop. We need to just do a loop. And I'm just trying to think about how I want to split that up. This conditional still exists here. We're still okay. So let's say let's pretend we're just going to do it inlining. Okay, and let's just comment that out right now. Okay, cool. So we're in here. We have our query results, and we want to process them. So let's say that we have a process. We're going to pass in query results. And what do we want this to return? I guess have it be a void. Make it query results, which is going to be get query results command output. Okay. We get to do whatever we want with it, and then that's going to be process results. Query results, and then we can return. We're going to return an OK async of query results for right now. Okay. So that gives us the processing piece of the puzzle for right now, and then And then we need to do this. Still just trying to decide how I want to do this. I keep going back and forth in my head. But we effectively want... Let's just make another function real quick. Hold on. Let's just call it foo. Let's just say this is an async function. And it's going to do... I don't even know what it's returning right now. Okay, but... this construct we want in here is while query results dot next token exists. While query result next token exists, and we want to do let query results equal something. And then down here it's going to be query results equals something. That's going to be an await. This is going to be an await. And feels like a generator. It feels like it should be a generator function. Typescript generator function. It's been a while. It's been a while. Feels like it should be a generator. Creating a generator. Creating a generator function in TypeScript, understanding a generator, working with generators, use cases for TypeScript generators, calculate values on demand, iterate over large data sets. That's what we have. That is our scenario. Generators allow you to iterate over large data sets without loading all the data into memory at once. Instead, you can generate values as needed, thereby improving memory efficiency. This is particularly useful when working with large databases or files. Yes, yes. Okay, what do we got here? We got function star, which is the generator thing. Iterate large data. Generator number. Const data is array from the length of how many zeros? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So we got 1,000,000. Uh-oh. Oh, it's back. That is awesome. By awesome, I mean really not awesome. Something weird's going on with the webcam. Hey, Van Corner. I'm having webcam problems all of a sudden, right when you came back. I'm gonna unplug the webcam and see. I got an Opal C1, and it's been working pretty good, but I recently updated the software. And I've been having problems with it since I updated the software, kind of. I just shouldn't update the software. I'll get the code back. You guys can all read the code. I don't know why the stupid webcam. I'm gonna have to get a different camera though. Let's see. Of course, there's no useful errors. Connection lost. It like starts the camera for a second. Yeah, it's connected. You get support. It's stuck in some loop trying to reconnect to the camera. Because it's trying to... So sad. Maybe it just needs a break. It needs a break. It is a little warm. I wonder if it overheated or something. It's possible. I'll leave the camera off for a little bit. We'll get some coding done without it and come back. See if it works. Okay, trying to figure out these generator functions because I'm working on a pagination, working on consuming a bunch of pages, but I want to simplify consuming a bunch of pages from these large queries so we can process them in batches. And in Typescript, I know it's been a while since I did generator functions, so I'm just Googled trying to figure out generator functions again and what makes the most sense. Generators allow you to iterate over large data sets without loading. I turned the camera off. Why is it still trying to fire it? Generators allow you to iterate over large data sets without loading all of the data into memory at once. Instead, you generate values as needed, thereby improving memory efficiency. This is particularly useful in working large databases or files. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. So they create a generator function called iterate large data that returns a generator of a number. They have this const data, which is an array of 1,000,000 items, which I guess is index plus 1. I've never seen array construction that way, but I buy it. For item in data, yield item. So if I remember right, the way generators work is every time you call yield, it effectively returns from the function or from the next call. Because the way you use them is you create the generator and then you either iterate over them or you call next on them. and that gives you the item. Memory efficient properties of generators. Whoa, 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 whoa. What just happened there? Let me unplug the camera too, because it still keeps kicking it. It keeps trying to kick it. I'll just let it cool completely. It won't have any power. Okay. So, what is this using generators recursively? Memory efficient properties of generators can be put to use for something. Why does the web page keep moving on me? I'm not touching anything. Memory efficient properties of generators can be put to use for something more useful, like reading file names inside a directory recursively. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna murder something. I just want to read this. Stop. How do I disable JavaScript in Safari? Dude. Since yield is an expression, yield star can be used to delegate to another iterable object. So shown in the following example. Okay, that's how I could compose two generators together, I guess. I don't know that that's really... I guess it's recursive. It's recursive because it's delegating to itself. If you do that, you still get the same properties, the same memory efficiency properties. Let's just give it a whirl. Let's just give it a whirl. And see where we get. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna create a generator, and that generator is going to how can we do this? We go back to their example. So they just had like a generator of a number, data, or item data, and then it yields, which pauses it. We don't have that data, but we should have the state from the previous query result. So, which should give us next token, which should allow us to do this. Should. Okay, let's just go with it. Okay, so we're gonna have this. We're gonna have this await. I don't know how generator functions work this way. I mean, I guess you can have an async generator. I don't know why not. So we got fetch query results that we gotta call. Okay. And that takes the client. So we need the client, which is the Athena client. We also need the max numbers and next token. So max results, so number, max results, next token. Okay, first call to this. The wait has no effect because wait has no effect on the type of this expression. That's true. That's a side effect of if we do a match. It's because we need to do what in the world? Is the await applying? No. Oh, because I forgot. we need to also do query execution ID, which is a string. Okay. Then, okay, now. Do they allow us to just await these? Is that smart? Maybe. If it is, that would be cool. Because otherwise I would think we would have to do match I know returns a promise. Map doesn't. Then returns a promise like thing. I don't know. Let's just try it. What is it? It's going to re-raise it as an exception? The error, I would expect. That would be cool. I don't really know that I wanted to re-raise it as an exception, but... say we do that, we get this query results result, and this is where I want to go look at this. They have this emulates Rust question mark operator in safe tries body. See also safe try. What is safe try? Evaluates the given generator to a result returned. Evaluates the given generator to a result returned or an error yielded from it, whichever comes first. The function in combination with result safe unwrap is intended to emulate Rust question mark operator. What is evaluated? In body yield star result safe works as result Rust result question mark. First occurrence. That doesn't seem. That's nowhere near the equivalent of Rust. There's a whole lot of crap you gotta do to facilitate that. I don't know that that's better. Okay, so we're here. We have this generator function. We're going to fetch these results. We are going to, let's say we even just call match on it. And we're going to take the results, the value, whatever value is, we're going to do something with that. And then we're going to also have the error. We're going to do something with that. The problem with match and this is I can't return from this. Match is so much. It's nowhere near as useful as a function because of these closures. So, we need to do something else instead. We just gotta go more functional approach to this. What do we have for unwrap and safe unwrap? So we have unwrap or, which gives us a promise of the result or A. Then we have of safe unwrap. I don't know how emulate Rust's let's see. Safe try. What is safe try? How does this work? Evaluates the given generator. So we give it a generator of, give it a closure that returns a generator of error or result of error of never or unknown, or result of unknown or unknown and unknown. Okay, so it needs a function that returns a generator. Let's go look at their examples. Node.js. Nope. No. Let's just nvim it. Overthrow. Safe try. Used to implicitly return errors and reduce boilerplate. See pull request. I don't want to see a pull request. I want an example in the documentation. Must use safe unwrap in a generator context with safe try. Equals function that returns a result of a string or my error is this, but this actually this yields to another generator though. So safe unwrap returns a generator. What is foobar? I don't know what foobar is in this context. I don't know. Okay. What was the other link? This is a generator of error and T. Return error, result of blah. This returns a generator function. If result is okay, return result value. Yield error. Otherwise we yield an error. I mean, the whole point of the question mark operator in Rust is so that you don't have to, you can effectively write things procedurally, is what it enables you to do. I'm not exactly sure how this helps me write things procedurally. Maybe it's just I don't remember generator functions well enough. But because what the question mark operator does in Rust is it short circuits the function. So you can take a thing that returns a result and tack the question mark operator onto the end, and it effectively says if that result is an error, then it short circuits the function that you're in and returns that error as the result. If it's okay, then it returns whatever the wrapped value is. So it's like it is a safe unwrap, or a short-circuiting unwrap or something. But I need to understand generators better, apparently. Function stars syntax used to create generator function. Calling a generator function returns a generator object. The generator object just follows the iterator interface. The next, return, and throw functions. There are two key motivators behind generator functions. Lazy iterators. Generator functions can be used to create lazy iterators. Example, the following function returns an infinite list of integers on demand. So they have a generator function, infinite sequence, var I is 0, while true, yield I++. Okay? So that gives you an iterator, and then you can say while true, console log this, and it'll keep going forever, right? Giving you the next integer and the next integer. Of course, if iterator does end, you get a result of done true, as demonstrated by this. Okay. Externally controlled execution. This is the part of generators that's truly exciting. It essentially allows a function to pause its execution and pass control or fate of the remainder of the function execution to a caller. A generator function does not execute when you call it. It just creates a generator object. Consider the following example. Cool. We have a generator function. It console logs execution started. It yields 0, which pauses execution and hands execution back up a layer. So we do start execution, should be what we see. We call next. We should see execution started. Then we should get this value of 0 and done false. And then nothing. Then we should call iterator next. We should see execution resumed. Then it should yield 1 back to here. Value would, done false. Then we should see iterator next, execution resumed. And then we exited the function, value undefined, done true. Okay? Function only starts execution once next is called on the generator object. The function pauses as soon as a yield statement is encountered, and the function resumes when the next is called. Communication using the generator has been mostly one way, with generator returning values for the iterator. One extremely powerful feature of generators in JavaScript is that they allow you two-way communication with caveats. If you control the resulting value of the yield expression using iterator.next value to inject, you can throw an exception at the point of the yield expression. The following example demonstrates iterator.next passing a value in. So they have a generator function, bar. Const bar is yield of foo. Bar may be any type. And then log that. Okay, so we get a generator, we get foo, console log foo, and then we resume execution, injecting bar, and we get next thing. Okay, since yield returns the parameter passed to the iterator's next, where does yield return that? And all iterators next functions accept a parameter of any type. Typescript will always assign the any type to the result of the yield operator, bar above. Where is bar? I'm so confused by this. Next thing, give me an example where you show what they're returning. Like, I get that it's any type, that's great. You're on your own to coerce the result to the type you expect. Yeah, I don't think we need that. How is this useful? Jump to the next section of async await. Are they using generators for async await? Imagine the following. A way to tell JavaScript runtime to pause the execution of code on the await keyword when used on a promise and resume only once, and if the promise returned from the function is settled. Not actual code, a thought experiment. So async function foo, try and catch. In the try, await, get me a promise, get a value, log that thing, error, console log. When the promise settles, execution continues. If it was fulfilled, then await will return the value. If it's rejected, an error will be thrown synchronously, which we can catch. It suddenly and magically makes synchronous programming as easy as asynchronous programming as easy as synchronous programming. 3 things needed for this, though, experiment are the ability to pause function execution, the ability to put value inside the function, and the ability to throw an exception. Generated JavaScript. You don't have to understand this, but it's fairly simple if you read up on generators. Function foo can be simply wrapped up as follows. Const foo wrap to return promise. Function, which is a generator function. Try yield. This makes me think it yields this value, whatever get me a promise return. I don't know why they also do this val and then the const. Like, I don't think this is necessary at all. I think that's just weird noise. Yeah. Okay. See, but then, so this, we should be able to make a generator. We should be able to do a generator function where we take in the client, take in the max results, take in the query execution, and then we have to fetch query results. We get the query results. Now, this is the query results result, because it's an async result type from never throw. And then we need to, conceptually, we need to say, cool, process these results somehow, which should be effectively a yield of those results. And then the problem is we don't have those results yet. I mean, we don't have, hold on, be right back, chat. Alright, I'm back. Okay, let's get this figured out. Okay. So we should be able to do fetch query results to get the query results. This returns a query results result, which, okay, and then, but what we really want to do, how do we deal with this? If we were just dealing with this, my problem is I don't think they let us, there's query results. There's no way to do this procedurally here. Like, there's no, I don't think never throw lets you procedural. Do they not let you? Like, how do I know if this thing is an okay or not? To actually just like procedurally do this. So we have okay, declare type, result of T is okay. So we might be able to check the type of it because we have an okay and an error type. But I can't, they should have, they have is okay as part of this I result type. So they have I result, and an okay type implements that. What else? We have an okay type and an error type that implement that. Okay, so like on a normal result type I can do that, but on an async, what do we have here? We have a promise like of a result type. So if that's the case, I should be able to, okay, let's see if we can do this. Let's have an async generator. We should be able to do this, which should give us a result of it instead of an async result of it. And it does. And then we should be able to do is okay. So, okay. And then we can say if is okay. What do we want to do here? How do we want to handle this as a generator? We're going to yield query result. Is that what I want? Is Copilot right? I don't think Copilot's right. Copilot, you are not right. Take this method. This method is unsafe and should only be used in test environments. I don't know why. Should let me do what I want. If I want to make a poor choice, should let me do it. We have async map. We have safe unwrap. What is safe unwrap? Oh, that's that thing though. But it's supposed to be used in this safe try generator context, which I don't want to deal with because that looks like madness. Takes a result and returns a T when the result is okay, otherwise it throws a custom object. Alright, well, I'm using it right now. Because that's what I want. Might change that shortly, but we'll find out. Okay. If there is an error, what do we want to do? That's my big question. If there is an error, what do we want to do here? Because I don't know. In the case of success, we want to yield the value. In the case of failure, I guess we want to end the... In this case, we want to end the iterator. Does that seem reasonable, to end the iterator? Which I would assume a return would do. Okay. So this is going to return a generator. They don't show any of the types in this Typescript nonsense. It'd be nice if they showed the typing of it. That other site showed the typing, the log rocket site. So they did a generator of a number. Let's just look at the code, I guess. Show me generator. Okay, generator, T. T is the type that we want, I think. Because it returns an iterator result of T and T return. What is T return? T return is any by default. And then we have T next. And T next is unknown. So this extends iterator, which has T return. I'm not sure what T return is. What is T return? So we have T, which is the yielded type, I would assume. There's T return, which I'm guessing is the iterator yield result, iterator return result. Iterator return result is done true value T return. So it's the type of the return value. And then we have T yield, which is T. So that's the type of the yielded value. Okay, so we have the type of the return and the type of the yielded value. And then we have T next, where T next is what exactly? What is T next? T next, the iteration of the thing? T next is unknown. T next is default, it's to undefined, but what T next is used where? It's just in this thing. So T next is the input type. It's the input type. Okay. So we have the yield type, the return type, and the input type. So our yield type, return type, and input type. Just till I can figure out what they are. So our yield type, I think, is this get query results command output. let's do that. Get query results command output. Okay. And then our return type, that's where I'm a little bit unsure about what we want to make that. This can stay undefined because we're not passing anything in. So I don't even know if we need to specify that actually. And then we just need to figure out this return type. What do we want to return is the question. I mean, the case where we are returning, and we're not exactly done with the structure of this, so let's think about this maybe a little bit more. So we're going to say if this is while query result is okay, and what we want is let's just try to make this simple for a second. We're gonna say if we unwrap that, if we force unwrap that, we're gonna have our query result. And we're gonna say while query result has next token. While query result has next token. Might not be that simple, but that's the crux of it, right? So that's effectively going to be okay, so that will be like query result is that thing, and then we're going to say while next, this is like ignoring error handling shenanigans and whatever. I'm going to do that again. Except we're going to say query result equals that thing. Okay, and then this is all assuming everything's happy, hunky-dory. We're going to yield query result. It would look something like that. Okay. And then we still don't, okay, so let's see if the camera works again. It really bummed me out. My camera just crapped out. What in the world? That is horrible. so much awesome. Still no love. Starts, connects, and then quits. I'll have to mess with it later. Okay. Can't win. Some days you just can't win. That's how it goes. Okay. I mean, for right now, does this make that happy? Property symbol iterator is missing async generator. Didn't know there was. T unknown. Okay, cool. Async iterator. Okay. That's what I want. Okay. Returned by an async generator function and conforms to both async iterable protocol and async iterator protocol. Async generator methods allows yield promise objects. Async generator is subclass of hidden async iterator. This might be better. Why are they awaiting the promise that they're yielding? I don't understand that. How do they use this? They say for await const val of foo. That is weird. That's a weird example. Let's look at this. Async generator constructor is not available globally. Instances of async generator must be returned from async generator function. Okay. So they do this. They do this weird yield. They're doing a yield of an await of this. But this isn't async. This is an already resolved promise. So it would make sense if they were yielding a promise. But then, in their, let's see their example, async gen creates async generator. They call next on it, which returns a promise. They're using .then. So you're getting a promise. That's just a weird syntax, I guess. Okay. So, how does that change things for us? We can return a promise. How does that change things? Because then we can yield a promise. We can yield and then whatever the await of the promise is. See, but we need to collect the next token out of the thing. So we need the result ourselves. What, didn't I see the yield? I wonder if we can mix those two. I thought I saw in the other one that you get a sign from the yield. Typescript generator function. Where do we see this? Additionally, generators just assumed the type of yield was always any. They have a generator bar, and they say let x equal to the destructuring of yield. What in the world? And then they do x hello. So they're letting x, which is typed as an object that has a JavaScript object that has hello function that returns void. And they're assigning the result of yield to that. And then they're executing it. Which, what is this doing then? So they construct it, they call next the first time with no argument. And then they run it again, oops, there's an exception. Checker now knows the correct type of current val should be a string in the first example. I don't really know. Like, what are they trying to they're trying to show, like, yeah, like, I don't know what this returns. Additionally, generators just assume the type of yield was always any. Like, somehow, how would this first one okay, so this creates it. This first one should call this yield, and then it should do this and pause, which maybe it's undefined or an empty array or whatever based on what we saw before of inputs of type any. But then it's assigning that to that, and then it should pause here and not execute until next is called. And then when next is called, it'll execute this and throw the exception. Structure generators. So they have random less than 0.5 yield 100. Return a string. Array spread. And why am I looking at an old TypeScript? Why are we looking at TypeScript 3? Yes, I'm aware of the interface. Yep, we call that, we console log the result that we get back, and we should get by. Okay, and we do this and we get a value of that. Okay, undefined and done. So far we didn't do anything exciting with generators, we just use them. Some more complicated functions that said in the, we can pause the execution of the generator. We achieve this using the yield keyword. The yield keyword pauses the execution of our iterator. Whenever we call next, the generator will synchronously execute our code until a yield or a return statement is reached, assuming no errors happen, which we will see later. If the generator was in a pause state and we call next again, it will resume execution from where it was paused. Okay, that all lines up with my understanding so far. generator to return multiple values. We say the generator yields these values. We do this as follows. Yield that this value is yielded. Yes, I understand. Okay. Yield doesn't complete the generator iterator. This is very powerful. One example where this behavior is useful is for producing infinite sequences in a memory efficient way. For example, let's look at how we can implement Fibonacci sequence. Cool. So the F0 yield F0, const F1 yield F1. Let previous value equals F0, current value is F1, and next value is undefined. While true, next is that, previous is that, blah de blah. Okay? Yes. Yes, yes. What was I just looking for before? Think about this. I want to get the result. I want to cache the result, or in the happy path, I want to cache the result. And then I want to cache the result and yield I need to I think this is the tricky part. I think the right way to do this requires yielding to another generator. Because what I really want to do is like I really want this to basically be like, if okay, yield unwrapped valve. But if it's not okay, maybe I don't even need to unwrap it. Maybe I can let the consumer... No, but I do have to unwrap it. So that's the conundrum. Is that I do have to unwrap it to get... This would be easy if I didn't have to unwrap it. But I need to unwrap it to get the next token. Yes, we can pass values into them. First call of next. Simply initiate execution of our generator iterator. Whenever it finds a yield expression, it will simply stop execution. When we do 1, yield will evaluate the value 1 and thus have console log of 1. Okay, because log of it next 3 value. So the first time what happens, just to walk through this, just to make sure we have another example of understanding, you get string starting value comes in, which is accumulator defaults to 0. We call next, executes this line effectively, hits the while true, it's true. We then come in here to the yield value, and that yield value pauses execution. Okay, so that was that line. We then call next 3, which is going to yield the value. What is this? Okay. Yeah, let's get rid of this stupid value nonsense. It's just confusing me. Okay. So starting value is 0. We assign value to starting value, hit the while true, hit this yield value. Okay? If we just think about the return half of yield, kind of like this idea of yielding the value out, then it would yield out a value of 0, and then it would be done would be false. Okay? When we, so that's this guy, and that matches. Then we call this guy. And this guy would then pick up where this left off. And so we would be calling next, giving it 3, which would make this yield input a value of 3. So input would become 3, I believe. Value would be 0 plus 3. So we would be at 3. And then we would hit the true in the while, and we'd yield again, yielding that value, which gives us 3. Then we do a next of 10, take an input of 10. 10 plus 3 is 13. We go back through 13, and then we subtract 3, which results in 10. Cool. Okay, so that part makes sense now. First code's executed until the yield, so we understand outputs and inputs. Error handling. The code of our generator is just like any other function code, meaning we can put try blocks inside of it. Okay. Notice that after the exception was handled, the generator continued its execution. If we didn't have a try-catch inside the generator, the exception would bubble as it would normally. We kill that, okay? Notice that our generator was completed because of the uncaught exception and didn't reach our return statement. We can also throw errors from outside of our generator to inside our generator. Okay. That's interesting. Error was thrown at the point that the generator execution paused. If there was no try or catch at that point, then it would bubble up normally. Example of where we would like the generator throws a Fibonacci sequence as it's implemented. Eventually we will run into an overflow. We can avoid this by using big int. In our case, we just want to complete the iterator when the overflow happens. Okay, now this is the interesting thing. We may compose 2 or more generators using generator delegation, which is the yield star syntax. So we can have generator 1 yield 2, 3, 4, and generator 2 yield 1, yield delegating to generator 1, and then 5. Okay. And so this results in G2. Maybe that doesn't help us in our current situation. That just lets us look at a generator, consume the generator as if it's one generator, even though it's composed of 2 generators. Ugh. Okay. Back to code. So we've got to get the results. We're going to say if it's okay, then we need to cache the result. And we need to yield. We need unwrap, cache, unwrap the value, yield unwrapped value. If it's not okay, you should return with the error, probably. Yeah, the thing I was wondering was if we promote the error handling up. Like if we make the thing that was nice about the async, the thing that's nice about the, or that I was thinking was nice about the async, was that you're yielding a promise. How do I think about this? Okay, you're yielding a promise, but that promise is, maybe we can do this. We should be able to do this. But we need to know from the previous one. Okay. Let's just assume we have a function that returns a promise of fetching the next results. Because we do have that. That's actually our fetch query results. That is our fetch query results. So we should be able to yield the await of this thing. And this would be like next token. See, this is the thing that's a little bit weird about this. If we were to normally do this, we would do something like this. Okay? And we would have this additional next token piece that would go in there. We would, like, in the simplest form, we would have something like while next token. Yeah, I know you can't find next token because I haven't given you next token yet. But let's just declare like let next token be a string. Okay. So we would do Typescript to do while. Okay. So we can do wow, next token. The weird part is type result not assignable to type result as well as not assignable to type. That's because we need to yield a promise. Type result is not assignable to get query. result. Well, it's not even a result. This should be an async result. It's just... But that's not really what we want anyways. We're going to get a result. The return type. But we don't really want that. I guess what we really want is how do we this just thing I don't. All right, well. Before we do that, we need to extract. thing we're caching, we're just going to cache next token. We don't need to cache all the query results. So we can just take next token. Next token is going to be equal to query results next token. And then we can yield query results. And then we're going to do our while, which is going to say next token is not undefined or null. Then we'll come back around. We'll do this again. And I think that's the basics of what we want in our thing. But it's still let's just call this query results iterator. That's what this function is. It's really a query results iterator where we give it these things and then boom, we can interact with it like a iterator. Okay. That can go away. Okay. Yeah, we don't have this error type because we're throwing an exception for this thing, which I don't love. Just not sure with the generator approach how we go about using something like a result type cleanly. I mean, we could return it in as the yielded thing. We could yield it. Instead of yielding this, we could yield a result of that. But it's not saving us, and this is where like the portion of this being an async one, like I guess it has to be async because of this await. Anyways. So in theory, it should be a promise of all of this, and then a promise of this, I mean, the async result is really a promise of a result of that thing. So we could do like a result from or not even I think we should be able to do this. And this should be an async of a result of that thing. But then we have a problem with this. Generic type result requires 2 arguments. Yeah, and the error would be the fetch query results error. But we still have this problem here, which is this unsafe unwrap, which maybe we can handle that, I guess. We could say if result is okay, then we can get the query results. We can I don't need help. Query results, result unwrap, next token, query results, next token. So we unwrap them in the case where we know it's good. We update the cache. We yield an OK of the query results. If it's not, we can yield an error of the query results. Is that even a thing? Maybe that's a thing. Okay. So we could do that. I'm not sure what I think is better though. But for right now, let's try to put it to use. So we're gonna have so we create this client, we do this blocking query, which is then going to give us, we extract the execution ID from that thing, and then what do I want to do here? I'm not going to return a result tonight. Let's just, we don't want to fetch query results. This will give us a result type. So we can just do const query result. We'll do this. This is just nonsense anyways. Then we can say result dot is okay. Or, well, actually, we can just do query execution ID equals result dot unsafe unwrap, because we're just testing this right now. Yeah, I know that. But now we're going to use our fancy do iterator. So now we're going to do our iterator, which should allow us to now do something like for page result in iterator, and then we should be able to do, just to be crazy, we should be able to do page result is okay. We should be able to console log page result unsafe unwrap result set. Whatever. We'll just do that for right now. Cannot find page result. Parsing, it doesn't like this. Do I have to do parens here? Telling me can't find page. Let page result. Const page result in. For const page result in. Page result is okay. Does not exist on type string. What? Why is page result a string? Oh, iterator. Dot next. No, that's not what we want. smarter than this. Typescript for in with the generator. I know you can do this with generators. For. Yeah, I know I can, well, true a thing. Image generators in TypeScript. For x in, for let x of iterator. Of, not in. Type of async. For await const page result. It's not gonna. I think this is supposed to be. Maybe it's scoped, so that doesn't matter. I don't know. It's trying to put it that way though. Okay, but page result is now properly the result. We can check if it's. We can force unwrap it with that nonsense, and we can do whatever we want here with the error. We can just throw page result. Unsafe wrap error. What is this? This method's unsafe and should only be used in test. Takes a result and returns a E when the result is an error. Otherwise it throws. Yeah, that's right. That's what I want. I want to throw that bad boy. Okay. So like we could do something like this in theory. So like let's say we pick something like 2. Console log. Iterating. Starting to iterate. Okay. Run task. Starting to iterate, iteration. Iteration. Cool. Seems like it's working. this is create a query results iterator. An async query results iterator. This allows you to consume query results in batches of max results size in a memory efficient way. This is very useful for when dealing with large data sets. An example of how you use it to this is a query results page iterator. The following is an example of how to use it. Okay. EV destination. Burning EV. All right. Let's all right, friends. Let's I got some other work I gotta do that I can't stream. So I gotta get dinner with the family. So I will catch you all tomorrow. Try to fix my camera and figure out what the hell's going on with my camera. But Thanks for hanging out. See y'all next time.